Call the meeting to order. Thank you all for coming out this evening. It's going to be a busy night. Yeah, I do have a 10, yes. Do we have any additions? Thank you. Any additions?
Excuse me, Your Honor, if we just want to hang on for a second, we're still waiting for our CAO. Oh, never mind.
Okay, additions to the agenda. I understand that we're going to move Rose Ridge up after the public hearing.
Can you have somebody just make that request, please, Your Honor?
Can somebody make that request, please? Councillor Smolowitz?
I move that we change the Rose Ridge presentation to right after the public hearing meetings.
It's not a motion yet, Your Honor, sorry. It's just a request to move it up on the agenda, so no motion is required for that.
Any further updates?
Through Mr. Mayor, I do have some additions to the agenda. These are all for closed session. First is 16.3, legal opinion development. And this is under section 28, section 29, section 30, and section 32. Local public body comments, advice from officials, disclosure harmful to the economic or other interests of a public body, and privileged information. The second is contractor services, access to information, and this is under section 19, disclosure harmful to business of a third party, interest of a third party. Section 28, local public body conferences. Section 30, disclosure harmful to the economic interest of a public body. Then I have two additional updates, 16.5 personnel and 16.6 personnel, both under the sections of section 20, disclosure to harmful to personal privacy, section 28, local public body conferences, and section 29, advice from officials. That one's already on the agenda. Oh, that's right. My apologies, I do have one more, which is now 16.2, which is under intergovernmental relations, access to information. Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. Section 28, local public body conferences, and section 29, advice from officials. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to for closed session, if I could, under section 22 of the Municipal Government Act, for the purpose of discussing receipt of confidential information relating to matters that may involve legal advice, potential litigation, and financial interests of the municipality.
Sorry, Councillor Curry, can you just repeat the sections under the Access to Information Act that you want that closed session item under?
Section 16.8.
16.8 doesn't exist under access to information anymore.
You mean section 22 is what I...
Section 22, confidential evaluations.
Yep. I'm new here.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. It is for a current employee. Now, that's listed as a current employee, so this would be under something else. Can we take a recess for a quick second, Your Honor, so we can just have a quick discussion in private what that would cover?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll a quick recess at 18:04. Call the meeting back to order. Are we satisfied with that side, or you got a motion to it?
So it's gonna be in closed session, the public body economic interest.
Council, that will be under section 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, and section 30, disclosure harmful to the economic or other interests of the public body.
Okay, thank you. Any further additions to the agenda? Seeing none, can I get a motion, please? Councilor Morrison.
I move that we add item 16.7 to the closed session covering sections 28, 29, and 30 of the Access to Information Act.
We have that added already, just need a motion to accept the
Just
agenda.
move it along. Oh, the agenda.
Accept the
Yeah,
agenda.
we just need a motion to accept the agenda now as amended, please.
I move that we accept the agenda as amended. You're welcome.
All those in favor? Carried unanimous? All right, I call a recess of the...
Your Honor, sorry, we just need a motion to move towards those public hearings, and then we cannot make a motion in recess. So we'll just need a motion to move to the public hearings.
Councilor Morrison.
I move that we move to public hearing.
All those in favor?
Can we please get those public hearings listed in the bylaws, please? Sorry, it's for the minutes.
I move that we move to public hearing under bylaw PLU 1-26, Riverview Area structure plan and bylaw PLU 226, redistrict amendment to bylaw PLU 8-06, land use bylaw.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. And I will recess the current council meeting at 18:11 hours and declare the public hearing open. So I'm not, who's speaking first on this?
Through Mr. Mayor, Susan will be speaking to this part of the agenda.
So the purpose of the first public hearing is to allow council to hear submissions from anyone that may be affected by the proposed bylaw PLU 0126, the Riverview Area Structure Plan. The Municipal Development Plan future use document does provide the long-term pattern of land use for the proposed development area as residential. The current Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan for the same areas was approved in 2009 and will be rescinded should the Riverview Area Structure Plan be approved. The biggest difference between the two plans is a significant reduction in the number of proposed residential units. The Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan provides for a total of 343 residential units compared to the Riverview Area Structure Plan that proposes a total of 57 residential units, a significant reduction in density. The Riverview Area Structure Plan also contains a 7.7 acre parcel of land known as the foundation lands, which would be zoned semi-public. This area is proposed to be a future home to a variety of charitable foundations, such as possibly Second Chance Animal Rescue or the Boys and Girls Club. There's also a 0.4 acre parcel, which is planned to be a mixed-use commercial area. The geotechnical, its environmental site assessment, and heritage resource review were completed with the Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan previously and are on file. All servicing such as water, sewer, roads, sidewalks, and streetlights on the site would be the responsibility of the developer. Municipal servicing to the property line already exists. Regarding the proximity to the railroad, the required setbacks are reflected in the proposed area structure plans. There would not be a sound barrier required to avoid bouncing sound back at the already developed community. But a fence between the proposed residential development and the rail right-of-way would be required. First reading of the bylaw PLU 0126, the Riverview Area Structure Plan, was passed April 26, 2026. And because Gibbons is not served by a newspaper, the public hearing was advertised on the town website, the electronic sign, on Facebook, and posted in the town office to meet the advertising requirements of the MGA. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Here.
Okay. You guys want to add anything to
Nothing, I just answer any questions.
answer any questions? Okay,
Your Honor,
Yes.
sorry, we do have a couple submissions
Right.
that have been submitted via email that need to be read into the minutes.
okay, is that?
Through Mr. Mayor and to the public, these are long, so it'll take me a little while to read through these, but I'll do my best to get through the letters. And again, very respectfully, these are reasonable submissions by residents that have concerns. First one is from Christine Fraser, and it reads, "Good afternoon. I would like to formally express several concerns regarding the proposed land rights development and request that these matters be thoroughly addressed before any approvals commence moving forward. First and foremost, there should be no development that takes place at any financial cost or risk to the town or existing taxpayers. All costs associated with the development, including infrastructure, studies, remediation, upgrades, and long-term impact should be fully incurred by LandRex upfront and at all times. LandRex should also be fully responsible for funding and completing any required upgrades to existing municipal infrastructure needed to support this development, including but not limited to water systems, sewage and wastewater systems, stormwater management, roads and transportation infrastructure, electrical and utility capacity, garbage and waste management services, emergency service infrastructure, period. Existing residents and taxpayers should not be financially responsible for increased demand created by this development. There are also significant concerns regarding access, roads and safety, proper slope stability studies, geotechnical assessments, environmental reviews, and engineering reports should be completed by multiple qualified independent third-party sources with all findings publicly disclosed. Having only one road in and out of the development poses significant serious emergency fire and safety risks. Multiple access and exit routes should be required to ensure safe evacuation and reliable emergency response access. Questions also remain regarding traffic management and congestion. What measures will be implemented to ensure properly controlled traffic flow? How will congestion be managed during construction and full occupancy? How will safe access be maintained from more than one direction? In addition, if rail crossings or rail-related infrastructure upgrades are required, these costs should be fully covered by LandRex. There are serious concerns surrounding rail safety, particularly involving children, pedestrians, school access, and emergency services. LandRex should be required to provide full disclosure regarding environmental impacts, traffic studies, infrastructure capacity, emergency response planning, long-term maintenance obligations, financial liabilities, and potential impacts to surrounding residents and municipalities. They should remain fully liable and financially responsible for all impacts, damages, remediation requirements, and infrastructure obligations assured with the development. Additional concerns include, will sound barriers be required to reduce noise impacts from traffic, construction, and rail activity? What types of homes are being proposed and what density is planned? What plans are in place to beautify and remediate the area? How will wildlife, wetlands, natural habitat, green space, and surrounding ecosystems be protected? There should also be clear answers regarding long-term ownership and maintenance responsibilities associated with this development. Specifically, who will be responsible for ongoing maintenance of roads, street lighting, electrical infrastructure, water and sewer systems, sidewalks, pathways, landscaping, and green spaces? Who will be responsible for snow removal and ongoing maintenance? And will these responsibilities and costs fall to the town and taxpayers, or will LandRex remain responsible given this development is being initiated for their benefit? Clear agreements should be established upfront regarding long-term ownership, liability, operational responsibilities, and financial obligations tied to all infrastructure and services associated with the development. The town should not inherit unforeseen maintenance costs, infrastructure deficiencies, environmental liabilities, or operational burdens as a result of approving this project. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to seeing these concerns properly addressed with transparency and accountability before any further progression of the development. Sincerely, Christine Fraser. That's the first one. Okay. Second, a little bit shorter. Hello, this is from Ann Somerville. Hello, I would like to formally express several concerns regarding the proposed land rights development and request that these matters be thoroughly addressed before any approvals or commitments move forward. Given the current financial situation with the town of Gibbons, there should be no financial risk or cost to the town or existing taxpayers. All costs associated with the development, including infrastructure studies, remediation, upgrades, maintenance, and long-term impact, should be fully incurred by land rights upfront and at all times. Any updates to existing infrastructure, water systems, sewer systems, roads and transportation, electricity, gas, garbage, emergency should be the responsibility of land rights. Existing residents and taxpayers should not be financially responsible for increased demand and possible required updates to existing infrastructure created by this development. There are also significant concerns regarding access, roads, and safety. Proper slope stability studies, geotechnical assessments, environmental reviews, and engineering reports should be completed by multiple qualified independent third-party sources with all findings publicly disclosed. Land rights shall be required to provide full disclosure regarding environmental impacts, slope stability impacts, traffic studies, infrastructure capacity, emergency response planning, long-term maintenance obligations, financial liabilities, and potential impacts to surrounding residents and municipalities. Having only one road in and out of the development poses serious emergency and fire risks. Multiple access and exit routes should be required to ensure safe evacuation and reliable emergency response access. In addition, if rail crossings or rail-related infrastructure upgrades are required, these costs should be fully covered by land rights. There are serious concerns surrounding rail safety, particularly involving children, pedestrians, school access, and emergency services. There should also be clear answers regarding long-term ownership and maintenance responsibilities associated with this development. Specifically, who will be responsible for the ongoing maintenance of roads, street lighting, and electrical infrastructure, water and sewer systems, sidewalks, pathways, landscaping, and green spaces? Who will be responsible for snow removal and ongoing road maintenance? Will these responsibilities and the costs fall to the town as taxpayers, or will land rights remain responsible given that this development is being initiated for their benefit? Clear agreements should be established up front regarding long-term ownership, liability, operational responsibilities, and final obligations tied to all infrastructure and services associated with the development. The town should not inherit unforeseen maintenance costs, infrastructure deficiencies, environmental liabilities, or operational burdens as a result of approving this project. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to seeing these concerns properly addressed with transparency and accountability before any further progression of the development. Sincerely, Ann Somerville. That was a lot. If I may, I think Sue has some comments to make, but I do want council to be aware and the public that I took the time today to address all of these questions and all of the concerns in both of these letters. And I've written basically a public question and answer for the public that should be reviewed by council, but I think we could make available, and Sue mentioned that this would be probably a good document to be made available on our website so that people are very aware of the work that we're doing to ensure that this town is safe financially with all developments going forward and the realities of this development. Because again, some of the questions in here are very valid, but we also have some very good answers, I think, that will make people feel very comfortable about how our approach is being taken going forward. Sue?
So, pardon me, when they start the process, they will enter into a development agreement which will identify all of their responsibilities and timelines. The development will continue under their total cost up until the final construction certificate has been issued, at which time the town takes ownership of all infrastructure. There is usually a 2-year warranty period, but from the time the construction completes to the time the final construction certificate is issued to ensure that things settle and everything's as it should be. Anything that happens prior to the final construction certificate, they would be responsible to bring back up to standard. Regarding the CN rail crossing, with the previous area structure plan, CN hadn't approved a emergency-only access crossing right-of-way south of the plan area. So they do have an agreement with CN for an emergency-only access, which would be constructed as required. Regarding the engineering plans brought in question, the geotechnical report was completed by Hogan Engineering and Testing, November of 2005 for the subject lands. The environmental site assessment was conducted by Hogan Engineering and Testing, May of 2005. They currently are on file. We have them here in the land file. They have done a heritage resource review, and it's come back that there is a very low possibility of any heritage impact. So if they're digging it up and they find a dinosaur, we have a problem, but currently they don't expect to. Any questions?
I'm sorry? Before I go to anybody that's here that wishes to speak, and it looks like we only have one today. Anita, are you ready to?
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. I thought you were over there. Sorry. If you don't mind coming up to the seat and just hit the mic to the.
And please state your name and whether you're in favor or against the development.
My name is Anita Toll, and I'm against the development. Green space is rare in any small urban towns, any large town, it's non-existent. I don't think we should put town in a position to lose any of this green space or access to our river valley. It's a gem, we should keep it, not lose it. I'm against this. There's a proposed dog rescue or possibly Boys and Girls Club that's being put forward. I think that we do not have an RCMP detachment in this town. We're not going to have one. Bylaw stretched, RCMP is stretched, and I believe this will be increased vandalism. We're going to have dogs barking all the time. I live close to here, and that's what I hear all the time. Dogs barking, dog crap on the sidewalk, garbage, litter. It's just going to get worse. I think the river valley should be protected, and I want it to stay as park green space. I also see there's a commercial area in there. To me, that doesn't make sense. We've got Main Street that's dying, and we're putting in more commercial zoning. So that doesn't make sense to me either. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, questions? Councilor Longstaff?
Excuse me. I got a message this afternoon from a resident who wishes to remain.
Unfortunately, I don't believe.
Unfortunately, Councillor Longstaff, it is residents cannot remain anonymous if they are speaking in favor or against a development. They, for the record, they do have to state their name.
Okay, never mind.
It would be my suggestion that if they have some questions and want to ask administration, that they can forward those questions on to the CAO or to the planning department.
Councilor Brack.
I've got a couple questions in regards to, I'm concerned definitely, as Anita had said, with the commercial, for sure. I agree 100% that our downtown is more important than a commercial space elsewhere. One of the big concerns, and I've talked to residents around there, is the congestion that we're going to be having in that development. So saying that we're going to have an emergency access only, that doesn't solve the issue. It's emergency access only, so that still creates a congested area. So my concern is a developer willing to, number one, the study that we need to determine how much traffic is going to be coming in to the new area and what grief it's going to be causing those residents, as well as what infrastructure is going to have to be repaired along that way to get to the new area. Having an emergency access road isn't it's not good enough. We need a secondary road to divert the traffic, so that definitely shouldn't be coming out of taxpayers. There's so many things that we don't have answers for, and until we can have all of those answers, I'm not comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Germain.
I'm just inquiring, can our current water systems and all our utilities handle the influx of this development?
Yes, they have I have spoken to Public Works, they are at our town engineer, the Select Engineering, and we do have current ability to service 57 residential units. Keeping in mind that if this area structure plan does not pass, there is an existing area structure plan already approved in 2009 for the same lands. That area structure plan has a density of 343 residential units. By passing this, we reduce that to 57. The bylaw for Emerald Ridge passed in 2009.
Sorry, is it my understanding that if we don't pass this one, then we get the alternative of the 343?
Unfortunately, yes, because this bylaw rescinds Emerald Ridge. If we don't rescind Emerald Ridge, there is an existing plan in place that's been approved for 343 residential units, which would create a lot of other concerns.
Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
I have been speaking to residents, and it's been coming up, there's a lot of concern about the charitable lands, and the fact that we don't have our CMP or the resources, if something should go sideways with, and I'm just wondering if it's in any way optional to perhaps make it, have a compromise and make it a nature preserve where, you know, we're kind of getting the best of both worlds, sorry. Just wondering if that's an option at all.
Currently, any development will require a development permit. Depending on what they come forward with, if it's a permitted use or discretionary use. If it's not a listed use, council will make that decision. If it's a discretionary use, then the planning commission will make the decision on it. So for semi-public currently, right now, they would have to bring back a discretionary use permit. And it would be MPC that would make the decision on approval. It's not a guarantee that they would get approval for whatever they decide to move forward with.
Yeah, Mark, go ahead, continue.
It's my understanding that we can overturn decisions of previous council. So if it's take this or we're doing this, could we overturn the previous?
You can bring forth, ask administration to bring forth a bylaw rescinding the Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan, at which point then there is no development on that land without a new area structure plan.
I have a couple of questions in regards to the, you said there was 2 site surveys done in 2005. I missed what they were.
One was geotechnical, which includes slope stability, top of bank setbacks, land quality, and etc. The other was a phase 1 environmental to ensure no contaminations of the lands.
Is there any concern that they're 20 years old, those studies? Is that any concern there?
Nothing's been on the land in the last 20 years, so there should be no change in the environmental site assessment. And as far as geotechnical go, we've had a few earthquakes, but I think we're still good.
And the CN crossing, if I heard you correctly, was if needed?
No, the way it's worded in the Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan,
I
sorry.
tried to find out, I didn't see it in there myself, so.
Sorry, I closed the book. Oh, sorry, there was also a desktop wetland assessment done of the area in 2017.
2017,
So
okay.
there has,
2017, wetland.
sorry, this should have been quicker than that. But what it said was CN has already given approval for an emergency only access. The developer would be required to develop it to their specifications, but it's only for emergency.
Right.
If we had a fire in the river valley and people had to get out, or something happened at the P plant and people had to get out, it would provide an exit,
And that's south of the
developed area.
developed area. Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Germain?
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question. So if the reports were from 2017, have regulations and environmental laws changed since that time?
The wetland assessment that would not take into account regulations and such, it merely tells you what wetlands you have in place, what their ratings are, and then it would come into play with whether you could develop them or not. So it would take into account current regulations. It's just telling you what you've got. It's an inventory.
Sorry, I meant for all of, not just the wetlands, but for any of the reports that were done previously. Would any of the rules or regulations have changed since then?
Geotechnical, the only thing that's going to change is the soil makeup. So there's been no work done in that area. There's been no change in the top of the bank or in the soil makeup, so it should be the same.
Thank you.
Councillor Brack?
What was if we went back to it was 300 and how many houses or units before?
It was 343 residential units,
And now it would be,
57.
so if I went from a developer's point of view, I would rather have 343, no? What's the reason to 57? Because
The requirement to upgrade infrastructure, they would have to upgrade our infrastructure as well to be able to service those 343 lots. There'd be access issues, there'd be all sorts of issues because there is no way to build a permanent access into those lands currently. We don't have an access point. So,
CM won't give you one.
well, where would you go to? It would have to come out behind the cemetery or something.
that's what I thought. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hamel?
If I can expand on the answer. One of the key things about this development I think is very important for council and for the public to be aware of is that we currently have capacity from a water, sewer, and to an extent roadway infrastructure to handle the size of this development without any upgrades. What that means is that there's no need for town money to go into this development at all, not one penny. It also means that we can start recouping some money that we did put in the ground. So these are the types of developments that when they occur are financially positive for a town and not negative for a town. And so that's where it's a very different, basically, situation than what we've experienced in the past. And so from a financial perspective, absolutely no money's at risk. But money's at risk in terms of our ability to not recover money if we don't move forward with development overall. So just something to be aware of.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morrison?
Question specific to the developer. Has a housing needs assessment or market assessment been done? And what is your expectation from shovels in the ground to even 50% occupancy? What does that timeline look like? And also from a business development perspective, you're looking at a retail or business space, and I want to know what the need and the want is there when, as someone indicated earlier, sorry, our downtown core is, albeit short, is stagnant. So those are, I guess now 3 questions that I have for you.
Through the chair to Councillor Morrison. From just recalling last time we were here in front of council, we had done a presentation, answered some questions as well. As you mentioned, the other development that Landrix is currently conducting in town has sold all their lots, while two builders, so they are in the process of being constructed, or to be constructed soon. So right now, from an inventory point of view, and I believe it was also mentioned last time, there is no inventory for new lots in the town currently. So from a housing needs point of view, there is a need because there is no inventory at all currently for housing. And then if you could remind me what your other two questions were, that'd be fantastic.
Sure, no troubles. So a little bit of a combination of that market assessment, both from a housing perspective as well as from a business perspective, because you've got an aspect that's commercial. So what are those commitments? What is your expectation? And then the other part of that, and all sort of part and parcel, is shovels in the ground to 50% capacity to, the Meadows, for me as a resident, I've been here since 2019, the sign was up for the Meadows. By the way, dirty, wind-blown, broken sign, asked twice, 3 times now for cleanup. Would really appreciate if that is cleaned up immediately.
Regarding sign cleanup, it's on the public works schedule for tomorrow.
Perfect. So I don't like messy stuff. Like I said, coming from 2019 to now, and we've really started to see traction within the Meadows in the last couple of years. So there was a delay there. So I'm just kind of looking for boots on the ground, shovels in the ground to a 50% point. That's what I'd like to know.
Through the chair to Councilor Morrison, I can give you a rough idea, but cannot obviously no commitments as I'm not the builder itself. So typically in the process, if, for example, this area structure plan was approved at the following meeting when you go for second and third reading, we would still have to move forward with a subdivision application that goes through the town's planning department. That process is typically a 30 to 60 day process, so at least 2 months. And we are already in May, so June, July. We would not have a subdivision approval until near the end of summer. After the subdivision approval, there's engineering drawings that need to be approved and designed to how these lands are going to be serviced. Those drawings have to be approved by, again, the town, and that's also a 4-month process. So realistically, to have all the documents ready to go, have the development agreement in place, wouldn't be until fall or winter of this year. So in terms of construction, all the offsite construction would have to occur starting next year, which, as we know in Alberta, construction starts in May because of our winters. So we would not see anything if everything goes perfectly smooth until May of 2027 from a timeline point of view. From the commercial question, I believe that piece of land is not owned by a landlord. It's actually owned by a local resident, and it was their aspirations for that commercial, which is why it's being shown as commercial. So we don't have a market analysis answer for you, but it was that local landowner's aspiration for their lands.
Mr. Andrews?
On behalf of Landrix, we are not the owner of that parcel.
Yeah.
They're working with us. It's a local resident, and his comment to us was a 2-story building, main floor, daycare only.
So again, to that needs assessment and probably more market assessment, understood we're talking a year out to the first shovel in the ground. Great, but really more looking at when are you expecting occupancy? Because really at the end of the day, I want to know when I'm getting my money. Fair?
Absolutely. So if services are going in, let's say in 2027, typically your house gets built after that, so that's usually the year after that. So housing build probably gets started in 2028. So there may be occupancy in 2020 or could be 2029.
So you have please.
The reason we brought this application forward, our builders have no inventory. And by September, Meadows is done, and they'll leave town. So we would like to expedite, but we're looking at 2027, and right now we believe we have about, we probably will sell 75% to the builders. And bear in mind that one of the projects is fourplexes, and that's going to be rental.
Thank you. So,
Councilor Brack.
Further to Mr. DeHamel's comments of not costing us taxpayers any money, where does that leave us though with the still concern for the access in and the higher traffic and all of that? Is the developer prepared to forego some money to take that into account and ensure that that part of our community isn't affected and that they're taken care of?
Yep, through the mayor to Councilor Brack. I was actually hoping I could answer this question when you asked it earlier. So we did end up hiring a traffic engineer to analyze this because we did hear the concerns raised by council during first reading. So we wanted to make sure we had a response for you guys. So one of the first things we looked at was what is the traffic generation from the current development, as well as what is being proposed, the 57 lots, and how that impact the intersection of 50th Avenue and 52nd Street, because that is that main intersection out of that area. Based on our transportation engineer's analysis, they determined that no improvements were needed just because it was working to adequate standards, even with the proposed 57 lots. If those 343 dwellings were proposed or developed, that is where those infrastructure upgrades would be required. But with 57, no infrastructure upgrades are required. From an emergency service point of view, because I know that was your other question, we looked at the response time with the fire department's location on 50th Avenue and 49th Street. It's about a 2 to 4 minute response time. Typically you see 7 minutes, so that is actually a very good response time. Even if there was a train blocking that access, going around is 6 minutes, so you still are within that 7 minute response time.
I would maybe suggest talking to the residents about their and seeing what their take is, because we can have all the professionals we want, but when you start affecting the livelihoods and the peace and tranquility of the citizens, it becomes much different. That doesn't change the fact that there's only one road there and we're adding more. And then as it progresses and the development progresses further, it still remains only one road. So if there's no pre-planning done now, going forward makes no sense in my mind whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Longstaff.
This is actually a question I think Mr. Dow could probably answer, hopefully. It's kind of a weird question that just popped into my head. Just say this all passed, the second and third reading, and then next month when the residents vote, if they vote to dissolve, what happens to these bylaws that we do?
Through Mr. Mayor, through the viability process, if the town is dissolved, then there basically becomes, and again, we do have the official administrator here with us this evening, the new official administrator, so she may want to help support this. But as far as I understand, the bylaws stand, but they do transfer over to the council, which would be Sturgeon County, and then essentially I believe everything is basically under review, and so things can be overturned. It's basically under a completely new governance model. And that would take time, but I would probably say on the most part, my guess would be, because this is a very large municipality, much larger than what typically would go through a process like this. I believe that a lot of basically business as usual would be paused for a probably significant amount of time for review by the county, which would be fair to them, to really take a look at the businesses or the business that's going on and work such as development that takes significant time to understand from an impact perspective would probably fall under their governance and I think be paused and re-reviewed.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions in regards to PL 01-26? Seeing none, I will close this session and open up PL 02-26. Land use bylaw PLU 0806 Schedule A Land Use District Map Amendment.
So the purpose of this public hearing is to allow council to hear submissions from any persons, group of persons, or persons representing them that claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw PLU 0226, amending the land use bylaw PUL 806, Schedule A, land use district map, to redistrict the lots 1, Plan 8321678 from urban reserve district to small lot residential district. The medium density residential R3 and semi-public SP. Lot 3 from large lot residential to small lot residential and semi-public district, and a portion of the southeast of 105623 west of 4 from urban reserve to primary commercial district. The purpose of redistricting is to accommodate the Riverview Area Structure Plan development and is being done concurrently to bylaw 0126 PUL 0126, so that should bylaw 0126 not receive final approval, then the redistricting would not complete either. First reading of bylaw PLU 0226, and then the land use bylaw 08 Schedule A, was passed April 28th of 26, and because Gibbons is not served by a newspaper, the public hearing was advertised on the town website, the electronic sign on Facebook, and posted in the town office. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Any questions in regards to PLU 02-26? Seeing none, and that the amendments are to the map that's attached to this, correct?
Yes, Schedule A of the land use bylaw.
And I know I saw the list go around this morning. UR is
Urban reserve.
Urban reserve, right? The residential 1C. Okay. Any questions? Councilor Brack? Yeah. So this, from the previous approval of...
There was no redistricting done with the previous Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan.
Okay.
So currently, is currently urban reserve, with the exception of the Gibbons lands, which are large lot residential, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, you do need to confirm whether or not you received any written submissions, either in opposition or in support of this bylaw.
Can administration confirm whether we received any written?
We did not receive any written submissions to this bylaw.
Okay, seeing... Councilor Morrison?
Forgive my ignorance. Forgive my ignorance. So the land use bylaw was not amended with the Riverview.
With the Emerald Ridge Area Structure Plan in 2009. They're not always done at the same time concurrently, but because of the shortage of residential lots and the expedited process, the developer requested that we do the area structure plan with the redistricting at the same time, knowing that they still had the subdivision process and everything to go through as well. Sorry, still another question?
Deciding if I have another question.
Mayor, I'm sorry. One of our public that spoke to the first bylaw would also like to speak to the second one, but she's not sure if she signed in on the second one. If you could check.
I only had one on the second one, and that person has made a decision not to speak to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we allow
Can we allow it?
and needed to
Do you want
speak.
to?
Yeah, because it would basically be the same comments that I said before would apply to this zoning not going ahead.
Okay.
Because I was against this zoning in 2009, when I spoke at the public hearing then, and I spoke with municipal affairs, and I was against the zoning, any zoning changes back then, $100 green space, so just be duplication against this bylaw as well.
Okay, we'll just make note of, that you're against the, did you get that over there? Yeah, okay.
Are you okay with us just doing that, or do you want
Yes.
to make this, yeah, okay.
Want to make sure you have a voice,
I
that's
don't know
all.
if I can read this.
It's the same thing. You got a question, Mr. Brack?
More of a statement. I guess I know that development's a necessity, but at the same token, we have this great little community, and as Anita had said, our river valley truly is a little gem. And my fear is that, and I said this, last year yet, when you start developing outward and you're not taking care of your inner core, and we're not taking care of what we have already, I feel that it's not responsible of us to do so. I really believe that we need to focus on what we have instead of looking for more. That's just how I feel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Duhamel.
Through Mr. Mayor, one of the things I think, and I'll probably get to this in my next presentation, the realities of finance when it comes to municipal government is municipalities that do not grow do not generate additional tax assessment. And then what usually happens with additional residential growth is then facing commercial development, which is significantly higher from an assessment and split rate taxation potential. And so municipalities that do not see growth typically see basically inner core degradation and basically businesses shutting down because of the lack of residential growth. So it's been proven from a financial perspective that municipalities that grow typically are ones that flourish from a business perspective, and their inner cores usually start to regenerate. And so, the comment, and again, I just want to make sure that council is aware, the comment that not growing will result in basically the inner core becoming regenerated is probably not very accurate from a typical financial perspective for municipalities. It's proven again reality that growing municipalities again typically because of additional taxation revenue have the opportunity to rebuild and reinvest, and I think that's a significant consideration when we're looking at development of the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
So to address the question regarding the downtown core, currently we have 2 properties available to lease, one in each of the 2 strip malls, and 1 property for sale on the downtown Main Street. That is all that's available. I have had a current business inquiring for the last few months. They're looking for a bigger space in the downtown area, and I got nothing.
Okay, thanks for that added info, for sure. Excuse me. Seeing nothing further on this, I'm going to close the public hearing process at 18:57 hours. And I need a motion to come to recess.
No, you don't, Your Honor, you can just declare the council meeting back open.
Okay. I so declare the council meeting back open. All right, is Rose Ridge here?
They are, Your Honor. If you want to just accept the minutes and I'll get them.
Oh, can I get a motion, 6.1, that we accept the regular meeting minutes of April 28, 2026? Councilor Longstaff.
I move to adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of council April the 28th of 2026.
All those in favor? Carried unanimous. 6.2, Darren, you want to do that one as well?
Sure. I move we adopt the minutes of the special meeting of council from the 4th of May 2026.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. So folks, we're just waiting for Rose Ridge.
They're here, they're just, two are outside, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, just look this up first. Right, just want to get it.
Up front. You're late, so you get to come up front.
No, we've been enjoying the sunshine outside. I don't wanna say anything, but it's beautiful out there.
Yes. May long week is coming, so that's gonna change.
Yes.
It's warmer out here than it, or out there than it is in here. Now it is.
Susan, you can just
Perfect. Okay, well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, administration, and members of the public. My name is Susan Berry, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rose Ridge Waste Commission. With me tonight is Les Torrens, our Chief Operating Officer, and Stephen Defoe, our Chief Communications Officer. Thank you for taking time off your very busy agenda so that we can share information about one of our initiatives.
What is it, Chris?
There we go. So I want to start by sharing just a little bit of history about Rose Ridge. The Sturgeon Regional Landfill Authority started landfilling on the site near Morinville in 1980. The governance model changed in 2001 when we became a commission. And this allowed us to hire our own staff, own property, and take on debt for our waste disposal cell construction. That same year, we prepared a master plan for the landfill and purchased land so that we can build the assets required for our stormwater management. For the first 40 years, our mandate was economic disposal of waste for the member municipalities, and our operations were limited to on-site waste handling activities. Our programs over the years have evolved, and we're now operating a Class 1 compost facility, and that just means that we can accept both leaf and yard waste and source separated organics from the residential households. A Class 2 landfill and 2 depots for convenient drop-off of materials by residents, one in Morinville and one near Redwater. Rose Ridge hosts the Recycle Roundup events on behalf of the region, and the fall event is scheduled here in Gibbons on August the 22nd at the Cultural Center. We also have 2 community outreach programs that include a roadside cleanup program, very similar to the program operated by Alberta Transportation for the highways cleanup. And we participate in regional trade shows throughout the region. In 2021, we updated our 10-year strategy, which included a new priority area around capacity and regional services. With new provincial and federal regulations and changing public expectations around improved waste management practices, Rose Ridge saw the potential to evolve our role in the region and support regional collaboration around waste services. By pooling resources, sharing knowledge, and aligning strategies, we can achieve economies of scale, avoid duplication of effort, and implement more impactful and comprehensive waste programs for our residents. And I was looking at your agenda, and I see the next item on the agenda includes some information about rationale for collaboration. So I hope I'm already speaking to the converted. So in our region, we serve over just over 40,000 residents, and we have 6 municipalities, all independently planning and implementing their waste diversion programs, passing their own waste management bylaws, and generating their own public communication messages around proper sorting of waste. Our goal is to harmonize these service levels as a region. And we specifically use the word harmonize and not standardize. We heard through our consultations with municipalities that municipalities want to maintain their autonomy to individually address their specific resident needs without being forced into uniformity and consistency. So our vision for regional services going forward
includes coordination of a cohesive system to support municipalities and their constituents. Through our consultations with municipalities over the past year, we've developed a plan to coordinate services including the curbside collection of waste and organics, deal with large items, whether through curbside collection or big bin events, like the town is hosting, I think it's a couple weeks from now. We want to improve coordination around access and billing for the residential permit cards. Develop a collection program for our commercial and institutional sector, and of course strengthen the public education and awareness of our programs and services. If this proposal is accepted by the municipalities in our region, Rose Ridge will coordinate that consistent public messaging on behalf of all municipalities in the region. Again, the collaboration model for this initiative is center-led. Rose Ridge would coordinate some admin functions going forward. We would develop all of the communication tactics and facilitate future procurement of waste collecting and hauling services on behalf of the region. Participating municipalities will be asked to pass a common regional waste bylaw, very similar in approach to the Sturgeon Region Emergency Management Partnership. Again, language is really important to us. You'll hear us talk about coordination and harmonization, not standardization. We just want to emphasize again that Council will maintain its authority over service levels for its residents, maintain authority over rates, and participation in this regional program is voluntary. It is opt-in, so municipalities can choose to participate or not. We heard through the consultation that we should minimize disruption to residents, and so monthly collection of monthly waste fees, as advertised in the town's fees and charges schedule, will continue to be collected through the municipality. The fact that all 5 urban municipalities in the region are currently using the same waste hauler for curbside programs makes this transition really, really easy for us. All 5 municipalities have different dates on their existing contracts with GFL, with the longest duration ending in December of 2029. We'll work with municipalities who choose to participate in the transition through a new interim agreement until 2029, and at that time we'll go to public tender for the collection and hauling of waste services in the region. At this point in time, we don't anticipate any change in the monthly rate for residents in the town of Gibbons if they choose to participate. Garbage collection would remain on Thursdays. There will be an addition of a green cart into the program for organics collection. There's a number of benefits that we've documented supporting the addition of separate organics collection into the regional program. Will reduce the amount of waste going to our landfill and reduce the methane that we're generating with that organic waste in our landfill. Organics processing is less expensive than waste, so we can contribute and support lower disposal costs overall. And we're generating what's called a Category A compost with unrestricted uses to give back to the residents to use in their gardens and their flower beds. The town of Gibbons currently has 433 active customers in our Scale software at Rose Ridge. Last year, 201 of those residents didn't use their permits, so they made 0 trips to either the transfer station or to the landfill in Morinville. That means their needs are being met right here in the community through both the curbside collection program and the large item pickup. 33 of those permit holders came in with 1 load. So if they had to replace a fridge or a major appliance or furniture, they came in with 1 load. 7 permit holders actually came in with over 2,500 kgs. And so in those cases, there's an argument that those residents are not hauling in residential waste. So if currently the town offers a subsidized free 1,000 kgs of waste disposal per year for all of those permit holders, If all 433 permit holders delivered their 1,000 kgs waste for free, that would cost approximately $20,000, or $1 per month per household on the utility bill. There are 2 municipalities in the region that don't provide any free disposal as part of their service levels, based on the philosophy that users who use the service should pay for the service. But there's there are lots of decisions, again, that the town will be able to make if they choose to participate to maintain their autonomy over those service levels. Gibbons garbage disposal bylaw defines a householder as an owner, an occupant, or a tenant. And residential premises include both single-family and multi-family units. Collection is currently taking place in 1,291 private dwellings, so we think apartments are excluded from the municipal program. So with the regional services, we'll improve access to disposal facilities by those families living in the apartments. GFL is currently collecting from 4 town facilities and 17 commercial customers within the town. So again, we believe there's an opportunity to increase participation by the commercial sector. It's important to remember that their participation in the program is voluntary. Your business community can choose whichever hauler they want for their waste disposal needs. But we will have very competitive and attractive pricing for the businesses operating in the town. We have prepared a draft communication plan to demonstrate a level of readiness to support the communities who choose to participate through the transition. For participating municipalities, we will prepare clear and consistent messages for residents before the transition, during the transition, and after. So in terms of next steps, we've drafted a motion and shared it with your administration that requests that council authorize administration to participate in the regional procurement initiative for waste collection services led by Rose Ridge Waste Management. Once municipalities decide if they want to participate or not, we will work with administration to work through the final details on service level and pricing. And if we have confirmation that municipalities want to participate by July 1st, we'll be able to implement and transition to this new program by October of this year. And I went through that content very, very quickly, but we're happy to address any questions.
Councilor Morrison?
So your presentation talks about garbage and it talks about organics, but it doesn't, and forgive me if I'm being ignorant, it doesn't talk about recycles. So it doesn't kind of talk blue bin, it talks green bin, talks black bin, doesn't talk blue bin. And I have more blue bin than I have green bin.
Excellent. So, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Morrison, the recycle program in the province of Alberta is managed through an agreement through the provincial government and an organization called Alberta Recycle Management Authority, and a producer responsibility organization called Circular Materials. And so the province, I think it was over a year ago, implemented a standardized collection program, a standard program for managing recyclables in the province. And so we don't have to deal, a regional program doesn't have to deal with that. So it's my understanding that the town of Gibbons is in line to participate in that program. Phase 2 of that program, starting October of this year, there will be an expanded list of recyclables. And yeah, you can recycle more and more materials all the time. But that provincial program will exist, and so we don't have to duplicate it at a regional level.
So meaning?
Sure, let me finish your question.
So right now, I'm just very simple. Thursday morning, garbage truck comes, actually, Thursday morning recycle truck comes, then later on the garbage truck comes, the following week, just the garbage truck comes, the next week, recycle truck comes, garbage truck comes. So is the town then having a contract with GFL or whomever is picking up my recyclables every other week? And we've got a contract with Rose Ridge as part of the regional program. Is that what I'm understanding?
So you're correct, but I would say it this way. There will be a contract with GFL to pick up organics and garbage. And there's a contract with Circular Materials between Circular Materials and GFL to pick up your recycling. The town won't be involved at all. The town will have no role in the recycling program going forward, other than advertising and communicating to the residents about what can go in that blue bag. I know it's not easy the relationships with the province are not often clear and transparent, but what it means for you and your household is you still put your blue bag recycling out on Thursday mornings and GFL will still pick it up.
Okay, regardless of, you were talking about, you'll go to you were talking about you'll end up going to a request for proposal and contract of who will actually be your collection provider. So we don't know that will be GFL. It could be somebody else. I'm just wondering how that relates with recycling still getting picked up.
Yeah.
So that's all.
Yeah.
So in other words, nothing is changing. And really at the end of the day, my big question is, what's in it for the residents of Gibbons? Why are we going here? I always like the WIFI.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Borson. So I'm gonna try and address the two questions I heard. Actually, I forget the first question already. So what's in it? Oh yeah, the blue bag too. So what's in it for your residents and your businesses? Your residents are gonna get more service for the same amount of money. So you'll be able to segregate your organics and participate in that environmental program at no extra cost. And your businesses will be able to participate in a program on a regional basis, take advantage of the bulk purchasing, and have lower rates for their current services with their front load bins.
Councillor St. Germain.
So we collect the fees for Rose Ridge, correct? Is there any cost recovery for the administration and handling of that, of us forwarding it on and collecting it from our residents?
The short answer is yes, and when we meet with your administration, we'll be able to probably publicly announce exactly how much. But in that, if I go back to the slide that talks about the rates for residents, so at that $20.72 per month, a portion of that goes to GFL for the collection of the waste. A portion of that goes to Rose Ridge for the waste handling and the disposal at our site. And a portion of that stays with administration to cover off their administration costs, their billing costs, any internal transfer of funds, that kind of stuff.
Okay. So is the goal to reduce weekly garbage pickup so that eventually we would only get garbage pickup every 2 weeks? Or is that the goal?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, we heard over and over during our consultation, municipalities aren't interested in a regional program that reduces service levels to their residents. And so we're committed to continuing with the weekly garbage pickup. Although we do recognize that at some future point, people will see that their waste does not need to be collected weekly, or they could go to a smaller bin. Because if you take all of your organics out of your waste stream and all of your recycling in the waste stream, households generate very little waste. Yeah.
Okay, one more.
This is my last one. Actually, I was just wondering, Councillor Simonowitz, this is your board. I'm just wondering if you have any insights to provide.
Well, I was just going to make a comment and thank Ms. Berry and her staff for the great work they do at Rose Ridge. I've been going to the meetings, it's been going great. And I've heard this presentation, so I'm aware of it. So I'm certainly in favor of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
So essentially what I'm understanding for the residents is the difference is we're gonna be basically just getting green bins as well. Like there's no cost difference, our garbage pickup's gonna be the same, our recycled pickup's gonna be the same. Basically, we're just getting a green bin, that's kind of the difference. Really.
That's correct. It costs. I mean, the benefits to your municipality and your businesses are as strong as the benefits to your residents. And so all of the, you know, the administrative burden we're gonna remove from your administrators in terms of the public communication, in terms of the contract management, in terms of looking after all the calls for missed bins and broken bins and that kind of stuff. Yeah, your residents, when we go to a regional program and we're purchasing or we're procuring hauling contracts for 5,000 households versus 1,200 households, the rate is better. So your benefits for your residents include more sustainable procurement rates long-term as well.
Excellent, thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, Mr.
I
Smollett.
just want to make a comment on the composting because I'm a composter, I have one at home, so I can get rid of that gadget and put it in the bin kind of thing, maybe save me some work. The other thing is, you know, with composting is, we've discussed this at our commission meetings, is the methane gas that's generated in the landfill. And there's very strict regulations now, federal, provincial, in regards to, so to get rid of the methane gas, it's starting to become very expensive. So the composting is a great idea, then the recycling, and then hopefully very little will have to go into the landfill. That's the objective of the game.
Excellent, thank you. Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Just on a personal level, I can probably fill a green bin with half a green bin full of coffee.
We wanted to talk to you about that.
We're gonna have an intervention.
Thank you.
All right, old business.
Your Honor, sorry, excuse me, can we get a motion to accept that, that report as information, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Councilor Smartwood.
I move that we accept the Rose Ridge report as information.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. 7.0, finance. 7.1, accounts paid as of May the 7th, 2026. Anybody got any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion, please? Councilor Morrison.
I move that we accept accounts paid as presented.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. All right, old business, 9.1, draft report. Mr. Duhamel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is a report that brings a different way of thinking about regional financial collaboration. And the reason why I want to present this report was, as we began this journey together, we talked about a number of challenges in the opening weeks. And we talked about, well, how are we going to be able to get the town back into a position of financial sustainability? And there were three key things that we talked about. Number one was fixing the budget. Basically, we had an imbalanced budget, and that was a challenge, and we had to make a lot of very, very difficult decisions. A lot of work was completed by council under your leadership. We made a lot of changes, and very happy to say we just passed the budget last week, which was with a reasonable tax increase, but also one that provides us with the opportunity to create a springboard to financial success in the long term. The second thing that we talked about was looking at our current debt and recognizing that a lot of the debt that we had was basically because of infrastructure put in the ground without the ability to get that money back, without basically looking at proper development. So that's the second component, and something that we talked about today. Development helps us get roughly $7 to $8 million of sunk cost back into the town's bank account if we can develop properly. So that was the second strategy we talked about. The third was looking at a conventional way of opportunity to look at financial collaboration with our neighbors. And this is something that I do have some experience with. I was the manager of financial planning for Strathcona County for many years, and so a specialized municipality that saw the incredible growth and success of Sherwood Park, basically because of collaboration between the rural and urban municipalities in the Strathcona County area. I was the CEO of the town of Riverheim, where we saw significant collaboration between the town and, again, its neighbors, Lamont County and Strathcona County, building fire halls and supporting growth. I saw significant support between Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County, and so, again, just I've had a long experience with understanding how commercial and industrial collaboration can result in great things for municipalities. And so I do think it's something that's very important for us to consider and for council to at least be aware of, and for our public to be aware of as well as our neighbors, to understand that there are ways of looking at cooperation from a financial collaboration perspective to see great success in our region. And I would just like some time to present some information to you. Is this working?
Apparently you have to point it right at Chris.
There we go. So one of the key things to recognize is that industrial, linear, and value and urban capacity are often linked. And so again, when we're looking at industrial and large commercial areas, they're heavily supported by adjacent municipalities, because those are the municipalities that house the workers, support the workers coming in for meals during the day, where a lot of the families that work in these plants, where their kids go to school, where the services are supported. And so there's a very, very strong link between industry and commercial developments to basically urban growth. And again, what I have found in my time is that industry and large commercial is very attracted to areas where there is basically beneficial housing for their workers. So they look for areas and look to locate in areas where their workers will want to live. And so there's a very, very important synergy between urban areas and rural areas. And when that's recognized, you usually see great success from a financial perspective, a growth perspective, and quite frankly, a quality of life perspective. Right now, what we have is a bit of an imbalance in this area. And again, I'm open to challenge on that, of course. But when we look at other regions within the Edmonton region and across Alberta, and quite frankly across Canada, we do see significant reinvestment and cooperative agreements that allows industry revenue and assessment that is generated in adjacent areas to urbans to be reinvested in urban areas to allow basically the opportunity for urban growth to match the rural growth that is happening in those industrial areas. And again, it really leads to what we call quality of life in these areas. And so again, this is supporting basically the work centers, the workforce, the towns carry those cost pressures. And again, without proportionate fiscal capacity and basically sharing, it becomes very difficult for a region overall to survive and to flourish. The collaboration discussion is not really about revenue sharing, it's really about financial collaboration, as I mentioned. And again, I think the rub of revenue sharing is a very difficult term, because again, as I really started to think about this further, I can understand before that rub comes from, because there's this notion that we're sharing money that rightfully is ours, rather than thinking that this is really basically supporting a region on the whole. And again, that is typically, in my mind, what I've seen. Regions become very successful is when they have that attitude that basically sharing in basically non-residential revenue really supports, again, overall quality of life because of the value that comes from that type of investment. I'm going to give you a quick example of something. I worked at Strathcona County, and I began in 1998, and I can still remember my first weeks working there and driving down what is now called Baseline Road. and seeing them all boarded up, and trees, and basically no commercial development in any way. I can remember having to get up in the morning in my first 6 months with my wife, and we'd drive into Sherwood Park to go looking for homes because there was no housing development. So if you wanted to buy a house in Sherwood Park, you had to buy a house that came up for sale because there was no new developments being made there. And then again, working in Strathcona County, there was this discussions about this new multi-purpose truck facility called Millennium Place. But what was not understood well was the strategy behind that. Strathcona County had just invested significant infrastructure in what's called the Industrial Heartland. So they were the pioneer of the Industrial Heartland. And they identified that the money that would come from the first industry partners that decided to locate there, that money would be put into significant urban service that would attract residential development. So they took a significant risk. They actually invested in a place called Millennium Place. It's a multi-purpose rec facility. And they went to plebiscite. And that plebiscite was 51% yes and 49% no. So it was very close. $27 million of debt was taken out on that facility because Strathcona County didn't have the financial capacity, and there was no municipal grants at that time for infrastructure to actually invest in that facility. The whole idea behind it was if we built that multi-purpose rec facility, we would attract residential growth. And that might be surprising to some because some think residential growth is, as we heard tonight, is a cost. But the idea was if we could attract residential growth, we could then attract commercial growth that is associated with that. And that means jobs. It means places like strip malls and box stores and Canadian Tires and things like that. Long story short, in the long term, that investment of industry money and risk and putting it into things like recreation, transit, safety, parks, libraries, cultural facilities, attracted residential development that then had the ripple effect of commercial growth and jobs. And from a financial perspective, that is when municipalities really become sustainable from a financial perspective. Municipalities typically, for urbans, are lucky to hit what we call 80-20, which is 80% residential taxes and 20% commercial. Strathcona County now is 65% commercial, industrial, and 35% residential. And what that means is that the investment that was made resulted in a very positive situation from a financial perspective. And so again, residential investment can result in very good things for urban municipalities and basically regions when it's considered that way. Why do we have to, or why would we consider that, maybe we should be looking at financial collaboration? It has to be understood that adjacent industry, and we're right adjacent to the industrial heartland, so we face significant pressures. There are numerous things that occur for urbans. Again, we don't get the revenue from the industry, but we do have the transportation pressure. I can say with great confidence that I was the CEO in the town of Redwater for some time, and then Bonnecourt, and then Gibbons. And I've got to experience the large trucks and the danger of driving on basically what we consider a heavy industrial roadway. And so Highway 28A and Highway 28 are very, very challenging roads because of the large scale, large trucks that are adjacent because of industry. The number of turnoffs in the industrial heartland are significant. And so there's basically a risk perspective when it comes down to being adjacent to industry. Infrastructure burden occurs. Again, people want things, and again, so the residents that decide to live in Gibbons that are employed in the industrial heartland, that requires additional infrastructure. We see larger trucks driving through town. We have people coming in to use our businesses. There's more pressure on our recreation facilities, more pressure on our school systems, and a number of other types of services that cause challenge within our municipality. So there's a real cost to that. And I'll say this, if you look, for example, the Heartland Station development that the town invested in, and invested a lot of money, that's part of the reason why the town is financially challenged right now. That money basically serves the industrial heartland basically workforce. And if you go over there at any time during the day, you'll find large semis and large trucks in the parking lots and turning around. We have issues with repairing the road constantly because of the challenges of the large scale types of vehicles that are going into that area. We are bearing the cost of being adjacent to the industrial heartline each and every day because of the heavy industry portion. Again, we love heavy industry, it's great for our community, but at the same time, there has to be recognized there is a cost to it. We are a service hub, so we support the housing, the local commerce, the recreation amenities, those types of things. And one of the things that was brought up tonight is the cost of basically growth. And one of the things, I do have some expertise in this area, and I can tell you as somebody who's analyzed this very, back in the day I was a heck of an analyst, and I spent a lot of time analyzing the cost of growth. If you just have urban growth, meaning residential growth, this can cause significant challenge from a municipal perspective. That means that we don't have the commercial, we don't have the industry, and basically what's occurred in this area is that the heavy industry is outside of our border. So basically, though we bear the cost and the pressure of the workers that work in the industrial heartland, we don't enjoy any of the fruits of the labor that comes to basically the adjacent industry that's right beside us, and so that's a challenge. And again, I'm going to go over some examples of where this has been solved in Alberta. Again, we also have to deal with risk readiness, being beside heavy industry. Now again, I'm an Alberta boy, so I'm a big believer in industry and oil and those types of things, I will admit that. And I've seen personally, growing up in the Strathcona County world, I've seen how it actually really can contribute, if invested properly, to great quality of life for people. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't come along with risk. And so because we're right adjacent to the industrial heartland, we deal with health challenges and risk readiness and those types of things. And so that's another cost that we have as a town. So again, the key message here is simply municipalities experiencing day-to-day service infrastructure and readiness impacts are not proportionally recapturing the fiscal benefit generated within this region. The industrial heartland is beside us. We're the ones bearing the cost. We are the ones bearing the risk, and so that's something I personally believe needs to be considered. When we look at, again, the regional growth comparison in the last 20 years, and again, we are in the Edmonton region. And essentially, there's four corners in the Edmonton region. We have the Strathcona County region, we have the Leduc region, we have the Parkland County Spruce Grove region, and then we have the Sturgeon County region. And if you look at these areas, the industrial heartland is significantly contributed to the Strathcona County region. And one thing it has to be said is that Strathcona County many years ago had the wisdom and foresight to see that they needed to make sure Fort Saskatchewan succeeded, and so they did basically a cooperative annexation, allowing Fort Saskatchewan to annex Dow Chemical plus a significant portion of the industrial heartland to allow for Saskatchewan to enjoy industrial revenue coming into their bank account, basically. And so that has supported the growth of Fort Saskatchewan. The industrial heartland is reinvested in Sherwood Park. We then have the Leduc region, where we see significant growth in Nisku. We've seen significant growth in a commercial base, and there was challenges around the airport. People may be aware, but again, the airport was annexed by the City of Edmonton, and a cooperative agreement was made between basically Leduc City, Leduc County, and the City of Edmonton, and now that revenue shared. So again, that supported the growth in that region. Parkland County has Atchison. I was the general manager of Community Protective Services for Spruce Grove, so I'm very aware of the partnerships there. Very collaborative, and the tri-municipalities, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County have worked very hard, and cooperative investment, making sure that the Atchison Business Park is supporting the cost of urban growth. So cooperative investments in recreation, cooperative investments in transit, and those sorts of things. What we've seen is because of that cooperative nature and that sharing of revenue, you've seen significant growth in those municipalities. 45,000, 40,000, 39,000 over the last 20 years. And Sturgeon County is lagging behind from a growth perspective. And maybe that's something that you want. Again, I heard that a little bit tonight. And if that's the choice of councils, then that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But that also means that we're not going to see, again, jobs, multi-purpose rec facilities, things that people want from a quality of life perspective in today's world. Again, we're just going to see a lack of growth, which again, if it's a choice of councils, there's nothing wrong with that if it's a conscious choice. So, but again, we are lagging behind in this region compared to others. What the growth gap is really saying, again, We do operate in a broader metropolitan environment. Again, we can see that. And we do have proximity to the industrial advantages that these other regions have. Again, in those areas though, there has been coordinated reinvestment, and I can tell you, as somebody who was the financial analyst and lead of basically financial planning for Strathcona County for many years, we would literally look at the industrial growth in the heartland, and we'd be planning for reinvestment in things like transit, new recreation facilities, new roads, parks, fleet, always reinvesting to make sure that we are always increasing the quality of life for the residents. And so making sure that industry revenue was not used to subsidize basically certain sectors of people's taxes, but was there to make sure that we had the best livable community that was possible. I have raised my son there. We have abundance of spray parks and walking trails, recreation facilities, you know, a lot of supportive types of things, jobs, a lot of things, and a lot of that's because of the important and very, very deliberate investment and reinvestment of industrial revenue into, again, quality of life types of activities. And so that is something that, again, I think is a bit lacking in this region right now. Again, the result of lack of that reinvestment is slower residential growth, less commercial momentum, and more financial pressure on, again, adjacent urban municipalities. One of the things that's very important is for municipalities to grow, we have to have the capacity to be able to put in things like sewer and water infrastructure. And again, I will say this, development should pay for itself. I've been involved in many development agreements and development of basically offsite levy bylaws and things that protect towns financially. But if you have the financial capacity, it makes it a lot easier to basically bear the time and the cost of those things until you receive those money back. And so one of the things that has happened in the Gibbons town is that there was significant investment made, and we did not have the financial capacity to basically handle the time lag between the development coming and recouping the money versus our ability to basically stay a going concern. And so without having what I would call heavy industrial types of revenues, or at least commercial and linear support growth, it's not a wise investment to put money in the ground unless you know you're getting it. The developers are the ones that should be bearing that cost, and I would definitely say that. I think basically developers are in agreement with that. That was a choice of the council and the administration in the past, and that should not have been done. I'll be the first one to say it. So again, really what we're looking at is a growth structure issue. Basically, the way that we reinvest, it's not a geography issue. This area has, in my opinion, the same advantages as the other three areas. In fact, possibly even more from a potential perspective. And so there has to be an understanding of maybe a different way of thinking if we want to grow and we want to flourish as a region. Now, how it already works in Alberta, again, there's a number of different ways of doing this. And one of the things that was a bit, I don't want to say disappointing, but a bit surprising is when we first came up with this notion and asked about the opportunity for revenue sharing. There was some dialogue in the public about, well, asking for handouts and things like that. What's maybe not recognized is that the models that we're talking about are actually more the norm than their exception. Revenue share and collaborative agreements for sharing in commercial industrial revenue is actually very common all across Alberta. We have it right in the communities that are adjacent to us. I just mentioned that from an Edmonton, Spruce Grove, and Short Park perspective. But many municipalities, and Greenview, Yellowhead County, Camrose, Grand Prairie County, Grand Prairie, I've got a number of examples I'll show later, share in the exact same way that we have been recommending and been asking for. And again, because of the recognition of the support and basically the fairness and equity that really comes from these types of models. So again, there's a number of different ways that this can happen, direct revenue sharing. And again, there are models that are very, very much set up this way. Cost sharing, this is more of a conventional way. We already have cost sharing agreements under the intermunicipal collaboration framework with Sturgeon County, and again, very welcome. They've been very good about sharing. We appreciate that. So that's something that's done, and it can be done under legislation. Joint economic areas, this is one that I think is a very interesting one. A great example of this is the Bonnyville area. So the MD of Bonnyville and Cold Lake have, it was a long-term negotiation, we'll call it negotiation, it took about 10 years. It was called IB 349, I believe. They decided, and the province agreed, to take an industrial commercial area that had significant revenue, and they said this is now a cooperative area with governance, and the money is shared under a revenue sharing agreement model with the municipalities that are adjacent to that industrial area. And so I think that example is very pertinent to our situation and something that I think would be worth more dialogue. So again, the joint economic areas have been designated. This MD Monagle isn't the only one, but it is an example of where these things can happen again, and that really supports urban growth and again sustainability. Boundary annexation deals occur again. Again, we have multiple examples right in our area. City of Edmonton annexed again. It was a battle as a beginning. One thing I just want to say is that what a lot of people don't realize is the best agreements, when it comes down to financial agreements, typically start with a disagreement. I mean, that's pretty normal. And so there's nothing wrong with not agreeing when you begin discussing these things. And the boundary annexation deals is one where there's been a lot of disagreements at the beginning, but there's been some amazing value that have been created by these agreements in the long term. Examples. The Edmonton Airport, people may not realize that was annexed by the City of Edmonton after, again, quite a bit of battle. There was an agreement struck that shares revenue for the $2 billion of revenue coming from the, or basically the assessment value of the airport being shared by Leduc, City of Leduc, County of Leduc, and Edmonton. We then have the commercial corridor between the town of Beaumont and Edmonton, again annexed by Beaumont, and again that brought significant revenue into the city of Beaumont, which allowed for its growth that we see today. And then again, the other example is the one that I already mentioned, and I think this is a great example of great cooperation, is the annexation of the Dow Chemical area plus a significant portion of the industrial heartland by the city of Fort Saskatchewan. And I was at the very beginning of my career when that was occurring at Strathcona, I'll admit. Didn't know what the heck they were talking about. It's put me a couple of years to really understand municipal finance. But I'll say this, it was actually a very cooperative agreement. Strathcona County was in favor because they knew they were going to build this significant industrial area by Fort Saskatchewan, and they knew that they had to cooperate for it to work well. So again, a really great example, I think, of helping each other and seeing urbans flourish. And so a great example of that. And so those can occur. So boundary annexation deals do happen. Again, something that might be applicable here. And then there's of course infrastructure partnerships, which again, roads, utilities, emergency capacity are funded through negotiated agreements. I, for one, again, I think a great example where maybe there could have been a dialogue is the infrastructure put into the Heartland Station, which in my mind is serving a significant part of Sturgeon residents with them attending and going through that development each and every day. We're dealing with the heavy trucks coming from the industrial heartland. We deal with the workers that come from the industrial heartland and use that commercial development, and the town bear a significant amount of the cost and the fronting of that infrastructure. So those are the types of things I think that could have supported the town that, again, I think we should be entering into a dialogue on. So again, one of the key things here is just, again, regional success improves both the land-based and service infrastructure, where the things are financially supported equally. And again, it's just a simply of understanding maybe the region a little bit differently in terms of boundaries. Again, selected Alberta precedences, and there's many of them. Yellowhead County and Edson. Yellowhead County has significant revenue coming from industry, logging, mills, those types of things. And they share money with Edson, $5 million in annual revenue plus $2 million of cost sharing. And that is over and above their inter-collaboration framework agreements that are legislated. And so this was a cooperative agreement. We did talk with Edson, or people that worked at Edson many years ago that were part of this discussions, and they told us that very similar to us, they actually went forward to the county and said, we may not be viable, and we may be looking at dissolve. And so they actually entered into very collaborative discussions. Again, and this is the deal they came up with. Just for awareness, the deal is also extended to the town of Hinton. Not quite the same amount because they're not adjacent to the industry that Edson is. So Edson, similar to us, is very much impacted by industry because we're right by it. But Hinton does receive, I think, over $2 million a year in revenue share. Grand Prairie has a model, and again, that results in about a $1.3 to $1.5 million transfer, again, from a commercial perspective. MD of Bonneville, we talked about that ID 349, that collaborative area that I spoke to, brings in $6.37 million a year to the town of Bonneville, which again is significant for their health. And I can say that they shared with me, again, the former CEO of the town of Bonneville worked for me for some time, and is somebody I've collaborated with for many years. And he said that the negotiations were incredibly difficult, but they deemed themselves internally that without that deal, they also may not have been viable long term. So very, very important to understand. And then we have, again, Mackenzie and Rainbow Lake, $1.2 billion, and again, transfers. So I think the key thing I wanted to bring out here is that this idea is not theoretical. These deals and this type of sharing is more the norm than the exception across Alberta, and something that we think is worth a healthy and cooperative and collaborative dialogue, so something to consider. Again, more precedents. I've talked about these, so I'm not going to bore everybody with more examples, but again, there are numerous examples. Lacombe, again, Strathcona for Saskatchewan talked about Leduc. Again, why does this matter for us? Is that, again, there's not just one model, there's all kinds of ways of doing this. And so I think, again, what I would like council to consider is giving us direction as to what you would like us to proceed with. Is there anything in these types of agreements you would like us to pursue? Obviously, I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This usually means starting up with a disagreement. These things do not come easy. And again, we have to understand the perspective of our partners. Again, they have to protect their residents as well, and there'll be a perception of this is, again, this attempt for a money grab, when that's why I want to put this information together to show that it's not. It's actually something that supports the region on the whole. Again, I like to tell little stories, and so hopefully you can give me get a little bit of patience here. But when I was a kid, I used to get up in the morning, and my dad would wake me up. I was a hockey kid, and we'd go to Grand Trunk Arena in the morning, and I was always excited because it meant I got an egg muff in the morning before hockey. But I can always remember coming from the West End, it took us about 30 minutes to get to Grand Trunk Arena. And when I started working in Strathcona County, and I learned more, and I thought about it a couple of years, and I was looking at the map one day, and I thought to myself, we're not all that different. It takes us about 30 to 40 minutes to get across the county. So if I live in Shore Park, and we go, and I take my son, for example, to Ardrossan or to Josephburg to practice hockey, I started to recognize that we're just one community. So regardless of whether we're specialized, it doesn't mean that we couldn't be special. Just because we have governance and we have borders doesn't mean that's not the community I live in. And I started to realize, again, over time that working in urban and rural municipalities, when we think of a county, we work together, we live together, we play together, we use the same schools, we use the same recreation facilities, we use the same roads, go to the same grocery stores. Though we have borders, we do kind of serve each other. And so I think when we work together and we look at cooperative support like this, and we build a community, it supports all of us. And when I say all of us, I mean the region residents. And so, again, I lived in a very big city growing up, but I realized, living in a community, in a county, we're still kind of one community, and that's how they actually work, in my opinion. So, industry adjacency cost, local cost pressure, again, as I mentioned, transportation pressures, infrastructure burdens. We have the growth again. We heard tonight about residential growth. That is probably, in some way, shape, or form, going to support the growth of the industry that's adjacent to us. As we see more industry come to the heartland, Gibbons is going to be a place where people are going to consider where they want to live, and so that's going to put cost pressure on us. We're going to have service demands that goes along with industry as it grows. More people, more youth-centered use, more recreation use, more use of our roads, those types of things, and so cost. And again, emergency preparedness is another cost that we have. Again, industry adjacency raises expectations for readiness, coordination, and risk management. And so if you've never looked at, again, the Strathcona County area, there's a little fire hall called Harland Hall. That was built, I think, in about 2005-06. I can still remember us planning for the cost of that. And that was put out there because of the thoughts of industry, adjacent industry, and the risk associated with it, say Josephburg and adjacent farms that would be close to there. And so we have to bear those costs and consider that joint planning. And I think again, to their credit, Sturgeon County is considering emergency preparedness and looking at fire halls in the area. And so they are considering these things, which is very welcome, but again, things we have to consider together, in my opinion. So that said, why quality of life matters in industrial successes, again, as I mentioned before, having done this quite a bit, seeing communities grow over my 30 years in the business and seeing ones that have flourished, it typically starts with, and if you are lucky enough to land heavy industry or significant commercial in Amazon or the Atchison area or the Nisku area or heavy commercial manufacturing, what that usually means is that causes opportunity for residential growth. Because industry will place workers in a place where now they want places that are good to live, and they want to usually live close to work. So that's a very positive thing. Residential growth then creates basically what we call threshold opportunity. And threshold opportunity simply means that once certain population thresholds are hit, the business starts to look at, this is where we should attract, or we should go. As I said before, I lived in Sherwood Park, and there was literally a boarded up, people won't believe me when I say it now, this was in like the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a boarded up mall on Baseline and no development down the whole area. But once they put money in place and they started welcoming residential development, then business started to look at it and say, okay, they're hitting the thresholds and it's a growing community, this is a place that I'm willing to invest. Then we started seeing the McDonald's, we started seeing strip malls, we started seeing Costco's and the Canadian Tires and things like that. And so now we saw what we would call industry, but also the resulting commercial that came in with it. Just to, again, as an aside, why that's important is we have in Alberta what's called basically split rate legislation, which means that when commercial industry comes into our towns, we can charge up to 5 times more basically for the same amount of assessment than we can charge for residential. And so business provides that sustainability for municipalities. Residential growth itself is challenging from a municipal perspective financially, but when you have adjacent business that actually gets attracted as well, when you hit population thresholds, then we start to see what we call financially positive sustainability for municipalities. So again, residential growth is key to attracting business. And so, as Councillor Barak mentioned before, concerns with our downtown core, nothing fixes that more than basically bringing people to our community. Again, this results again in the need for service investment. So growth supports again roads, recreation, fire amenities. We start to see initial assessment that provides us with additional monies to reinvest into our community. And then, as I said before, commercial expansion. And so again, it's a very, very tried and true calculation group of municipalities that again we've seen right in the Edmonton region with the success of Spruce Grove and Sherwood Park. Beaumont's a very big one. Basically, this model works if that's what you want to see from a growth perspective. Potential pathways, again, we could look at a viability styles transfer. So again, something similar to the Edson area, where we just recognize that there should be something from a fairness perspective because we're right adjacent to it. There could be maybe growth area revenue shares. That could be another thing we could look at. So target specific industrial heartland or adjacent development areas. So maybe it's not the entire industrial area that affects us, but the ones that are adjacent to us, like the Northwest Resources, things like that might be considered. We could look at expanded cost sharing. So under ICFs, instead of looking at revenue sharing, maybe we start looking a little harder at things like the investment that we put into the Heartland Station developments, current infrastructure that we need, upgrades to our recreation facilities, maybe new types of facilities. That is an option, but again, that's typical negotiation. And then obviously the final one would be a boundary review, which would be a difficult option, but one if we can't negotiate, there's always the opportunity to annex and look at annexation. Sometimes these things are battles. But again, as we've seen in the Edmonton region, those battles have resulted usually in very strong revenue share agreements and agreements that have supported the regions in a very positive way. The Edmonton Airport and the Beaumont situations are two very, very strong examples of boundary reviews that resulted in very positive revenue coming into urban areas. So again, the council message is asking for structure that better aligns regional benefit with regional cost. And again, we're looking for basically some of the questions that might be important to ask. How much of the tax base does the county have versus residential? one of the things that we've heard often is, we don't want that the Sturgeon County, and rightfully so, does not want their residents paying for the Gibbons debt. But I think it needs to be known that 86% of their revenue comes from industry, not from the residents. So I think that's an important consideration as we start to look at the dialogue, is that paying for this is not necessarily Sturgeon County residents. It's basically adjacent industry that's adjacent to us, and they actually, and I can say this, they recognize us as part of their community, the industry. Has the industrial revenue been used, including larger system gains tied to major projects? How have that have benefited our region? Basically, what do they budget compared to ours in terms of comparatives? Do we have fair and equitable costs being spent? Something to consider. How do current municipal ICF payments compare to what other Alberta counties contribute to adjacent urban service centers? It's something we got to look at. What services are funded by the county that support residents on the broader region? Again, we have youth centers, we have recreation, we have commercial developments that support the region on the whole. We might want to take a comparative analysis and look at their services and see how they support our residents. And so maybe that could be a question. And again, if they don't support private collaboration, what kind of models can we look at together? So maybe we should just ask the question, well, what can we do to work together that could maybe make this work, to make sure that we stay viable and that we don't continue with what I consider somewhat of an inequitable situation. So something to consider. So with that, again, what this presentation says, it's not planning to tax our way to the problem. I think that's very important. Again, for our residents, this council made an incredible effort to right-size this budget without a really high taxation number. But I will say some very difficult decisions had to come with that, and so I think it just can't be taxes on our residents that pay. We have to look at other things, and so what are we going to do about that? This doesn't look at creating challenge, it looks at creating dialogue, and again, we have to look at the longer term implications of what this means and what we can do to look forward. So with that, again, long-term success for the region depends on aligning industrial growth with sustained investment. Again, in the municipalities that house, serve, and support that growth. And so we're just looking, and again, as an administration, I'm looking to hear what your thoughts are on this subject. So again, I put a lot of work into this report, so here's to hear what you think.
Thanks, Tim. Councilor Brack?
I've got a few questions. I'll just give everyone a chance. So I guess one of the first questions I got is, looking at the report, it seems that, I don't want to say that we're kind of being left out, but compared to other regions, what's the reason, or what's your opinion on why there hasn't been a collaboration of revenue sharing with Sturgeon County with us as opposed to other counties around Alberta?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think there was a long time where Sturgeon County didn't have a lot of success in the industrial Heartland area, and no fault of theirs, right? So it evolved over time. Recently, they've seen significant success. Northwest Upgraders, $30 million of additional revenue. They've seen significant growth in recent years that they didn't have before. And so, quite frankly, they're pretty new to being kind of like one of those have municipalities as well. So I think partly it's just simply kind of, we're the new growth area. So again, not being used to these types of things. And sometimes, again, I hate to say it, the willingness to step forward, and again, as I said before, unfortunately, sometimes it takes a disagreement before you can get to an agreement. So an appetite of a council willing to kind of step up and say, I think we need to have this discussion. I think that's also been a part of the problem.
Councilor Morrison?
We've talked about this before, but really at the end of the day, the disparity in growth between Sturgeon County and the other four corners of the area is unbelievable to me. And the fact that they receive, I think it was for last year, $89 million in tax assessment from the industrial heartland alone, and we're not seeing those intermunicipal collaboration agreements anywhere. 300,000 here, 200,000 there is not in actuality collaboration. It's spit and hot stove. So I'm just wondering if we're able to put something together in a picture that shows those urban centers, Gibbons, Redwater, Bon Accord, that are contained within Sturgeon County, comparative from a population perspective to the rural area population, and then a disbursement of tax base against those. So we say, okay, we're getting, round numbers, $90 million a year in tax base from those urbans, and it's not servicing, from the industry, it's not servicing the urbans, it is servicing the rurals, in the fact that if I own a $700,000 house in Gibbons, my taxes are $6,500, and if I own a $700,000 house in urban Sturgeon County, my taxes are $2,000. So there's a huge difference between them, yet we are taking all of the burden. All of the bourbon, perhaps. How about the burden? So I'm wondering if we can't, I love graphs, and honestly, Tim, in your presentation, the one I love is the growth, the four corners of, and this is the growth differential. So I find them very impactful. So I think that we could do the exact same thing to show the selfishness of that $90 million. Did I say it out loud? I didn't.
Said it quietly.
Did I say it quietly? Chris has taught me to speak into my mic, so I'm doing that as best I can. So not sharing. And so.
Through Mr. Mayor, we can absolutely do that homework, and so I'll talk with Ryan tomorrow, our CFO, and we'll put it together and start putting some graphs together and things like that that I think are important for you as council and for the public to be aware of.
If I may, just because from a staff perspective, I had the pleasure of going to the county's capital open house about a weekish ago, and in that their capital plan for 2026 is $63.8 million. Of that $63.8 million in a capital plan for the year, $40.6 million is being spent on roads. Those are just county roads. They're not, provincial highways. That's just $40 million, $40.6 million on roads alone. And that is in, again, those rural areas. So there's a huge disparity there. And I question spending, that percentage of the revenue that they're receiving from the industrial heartland in 1 year on roads by what their actual revenue stream is. That's my last thing I'll say.
Councilor Curry. You're good? Councilor St. Germain.
So the inequity does concern me. What they have stated is that if they give us money, there's going to be 5 other municipalities with their hands out. However, us and Redwater are the closest ones in proximity to this. We're the ones that drive those roads. We take the health risks. Is there any way, because this should have been done years and years ago, is there any way that we can have an ask of having it backdated? Because it should have been occurring a long time ago.
Through Mr. Mayor, there's nothing we can't ask for, but there's also nothing they can't say no to. So I'd say it's worth taking a look at. But one thing that you said I think is incredibly important for our residents to realize and understand is that you're right, Redwater and Gibbons I think are a little bit different than the other ones in that we are right adjacent and on the border of the industrial heartland, which does come with the challenges that we mentioned before. Not that we're in any way not for all urbans being in this discussion. I think it's also important to note that the region itself is 40 to 49% urban resident population and 51% rural, and so I think it's a very cooperative and collaborative, kind of view from a rural urban perspective as well. So very good comments. Thank you.
Councilor Breck.
As far as Sturgeon County's current public budget documents, do you think that would provide enough detail for residents? We've provided a lot of our, I guess, been very transparent with us, but how they, I guess for the regional partners to understand how the industrial, commercial, and linear tax revenues are located. For us, we've got it spread out, but do you think that they have their, I guess, their documentation or ducks in a row in transparency?
To first answer your question, I did have an opportunity to look at the budget document, and it's something that I spend a lot of time with, doing what I do from an education perspective on finance, and I found it challenging, again, as a financial expert and a financial analyst, to understand their budget is. Their budget document shows revenue and expenses, but doesn't show the details, so we can't understand how much money is spent on salaries and supplies and materials and contracted services and things like that. So I think it's a fair question to ask of the accountant, so we can ask the question to get that detail. I think we need to do a bit of a comparative review. I think the second thing too, I want to make sure is very clear, is that there has been commentaries about them asking us questions about our budget information. And I want to make sure that there's an awareness that we made every effort to answer the questions through our budget process. So we've answered every question they've asked on debt, reserves, our long-term plans, everything through our process. And so I think it's fair for us to ask the question, and it's fair for us to look for those answers, Councillor Burek, and so we can do that.
Just kind of follow up on that. So you mentioned that we've been transparent, we've provided our information, and if we're going to ask Sturgeon to provide, could we also ask them to provide a more transparent breakdown of their own spending, including their council costs, administration costs, communications, professional development, consulting, their severance pays, and their regional service contributions?
Through Mr. Mayor, we will ask the question. I do want to say this, to be fair to the county. They asked us the question, and we didn't directly respond, but we just responded through our process again, and that was to be respectful to our residents, because we thought it was more important to share the information with our residents first before we shared it with a partner of any type. So it wasn't in any way meant to be disrespectful, but actually very respectful to our residents. And so we can ask the question, and again, in the hope of good partnership and relationships, they would provide us with that information as well.
You ready?
I'm back.
Okay. Councillor Curry.
I have more of a comment to make rather than a question. So growing up here, I always imagined Gibbons and Sturgeon as one. You know, we are Sturgeon, I am Sturgeon. I went to Sturgeon Composite High School and graduated. So I've never ever in my life pictured us as two separate, even though I know we're two separate, and I am Sturgeon, I'm a Sturgeonite, I'm a Sturgeon spirit. So I think with all of this going on, I think the important thing with everything we do here is attitude of collaboration and partnership and being of the same, being friends. I think that's important that we keep that, and I'm not suggesting that we haven't. I'm just making the statement that I think that's very important because however this goes, whatever happens here, if we remain the town, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we're still, we're Gibbons, we're Sturgeon. We have to remain partners and friends with, the Sturgeon, the county, the council, and everyone, all the residents of Sturgeon County. We have to, remain friends, and so I think it's important that attitude of partnership and collaboration from both parties here is present.
Thanks for that. Councillor St. Germain.
I'm just wondering, as part of the viability process, if some of these documents can be requested, and is there provincial help to make sure that it's equitable on both sides? Whether it's just a statement, is that the minister, when he met with us, stated that it wasn't fair for Sturgeon to eat our debt, vice versa, yeah, I just want to be clear that it's not really fair that we're not getting, it's not equitable currently.
And through Mr. Mayor, I think we had a very good discussion, I think, with the minister last week. And again, we really appreciate the support we've gotten from the province. They've been fantastic in most respects. But I think the thing that we're trying to get the message across about, and I think it's kind of missed, is that when we talk about Sturgeon not paying for it, that 86% of Sturgeon happens to be sitting beside us in the industry. And I think that's something that's been overlooked when people think it's the residents we're talking about, when realistically, there could be an increase basically to industry that would be very, very insignificant, and the residents wouldn't even feel it. I mean, there's all kinds of ways through legislation to have taxes on industry, and again, they have a significant amount of money that goes into reserve and operating surplus that could be utilized to support this without impacting the residents in any way, shape, or form. I believe that, and I'm willing to analyze that.
Thank you.
I'll ask, has the county given any reason or rationale why they're reluctant to enter into a program?
So again, respectfully, the county, and we have to respect their thoughts on this, but they said no. Again, so we asked them if they would enter in discussions collaboratively. Not saying that we're demanding anything, we're asking, well, what could this look like? And they said no. And the rationale thus far, from what I've heard, is that, well, if we give it to you, we have to give it to everybody. I personally don't find that to be a strong argument myself, though they might. When you look at all the other rationale behind why we should do it, I'm not quite sure. So I'd like to maybe ask them for a stronger rationale. I think the notion that it would impact their residents significantly if they entered into a revenue share or some type of support with Gibbons. I think we could prove that through the math, that it wouldn't impact the residents overly harshly either from what we've asked for. So Mr. Mayor, I can't answer on their behalf, but I can tell you the answer we've been given is that if we give it to one, we have to give it to all, and that's all we've heard back.
Thank you. Councilor Brack?
What would you recommend council to ask Sturgeon County directly, if not revenue sharing, then what other avenues?
If there's an absolute no, we will not look at any type of revenue share in any way, shape, or form, then the first thing we need to do, which we're, by the way, already looking at, because we have to, is re-looking at the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreements, which are renewed in 2027 under the legislation, and looking at expanding them significantly over what we currently have negotiated. And that means looking at best practices across Alberta and looking for different ways of looking for expansion of those agreements, and again, working with them. I will say that there's been numerous cases where ICFs have gone to mediation because urbans and towns can't agree. I'm not saying that we would get there, but there is avenues to expand basically through the ICFs. The second thing, though, and I think this might be, to me, more important because I think it does tie well to our area, is basically looking at the boundary review and the possibility of annexation. Northwest Resources is right directly beside us, basically, with a significant industrial area between, and so that method has been used successfully by Beaumont, by Fort Saskatchewan, and right in this region, and one that we could look at that could tie possibly to a cooperative agreement similar to the MD of Bonnyville, where there's a boundary review that includes multiple municipalities from a sharing and equity perspective, and I think it's fairly reasonable. The question I would ask is the $25 to $30 million of new revenue that came from the Northwest Resources about 3 or 4 years ago. I'd like to understand how that benefited the region overall. Has anything changed in the urban since then? I don't think so. So that would be, I think, a good question. So I think boundary review and the ICF would be our options. Councillor Brack.
Thanks. We probably got time for slip fast. So one more. Yeah.
It's my understanding that we are also going to be getting an AI data center that is quite close in between us and Redwater, I believe, but don't quote me because I'm directionally challenged.
Mr. Mayor, I'm aware that there is possibly AI data centers coming in, but also I'm aware, I've heard of, and I haven't really looked deeply into the legislation, that some of that, or at least most of that revenue is gonna go into the provincial, revenue, stream, is my understanding. I don't know that for sure, but I can get back to council if you wish to look into that. But understanding the growth potential of the industrial heartland adjacent to us, I think is key and critical to this discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent, thanks. Thanks for that.
Just one last thing, if I may, and I don't mean to prolong this because I know we want to have a break. It is important to note sometimes these things can take years. And for example, the IC, the 349, I talked with the CEO now of Bonacore because he went through that and he said sometimes it takes waiting for the next council. And that might be the case. Again, that's okay. If this council, we have to respect their decision. If they don't want to discuss that, then I think then the strategy would be to, look at probably the next council, the next administration in relationship to these agreements. So, thank you.
One quick one, yes.
Where are we looking at having more discussions with Sturgeon County? I know that there was some, comments that we weren't meeting with them, but we didn't in fact cancel any meetings with Sturgeon County for meet and greet with council. Has there been any reach out from Sturgeon to meet with us or vice versa?
Through Mr. Mayor and Council, there was a letter months ago that requested a meeting of the councils, but I think it was important to note that this council, had a budget, at the forefront of its work, had the liability review at the forefront of its work, and so to be quite frank, this was kind of parked and not really a big part of our priorities at that time. So that was something that wasn't pursued, but something that certainly we could revisit if council wants. So we'd have to just, probably write a letter to the council of the county to let them know what our position is and see if they'd be willing to come to the table to open up discussions, which would be very welcome.
Do you want to? All right, one. No, just giving you some guideline.
I concur with Councillor Burak. I think I definitely think it's time to push forward to the county. My true question would be, what's our next steps? I think that we're all in agreement from the sounds that the work that you've put forth in the paper is well thought out, well laid out. I need a couple more graphs. But what's our next step? Where are we moving forward? And I'm with Daryl. Let's have a chat.
Okay, thank you. So I need a motion, if we can, on this. Somebody needs to step forward to give motions. Councillor Longstaff.
I move that the council accept the draft report titled Regional Financial Collaboration Models Across Alberta as information.
All those in favor? So carried, unanimous.
Council, is there any motion coming out of that discussion? Because I've heard several things, such as directing administration to request from Sturgeon County detailed 2026 budget. Also send a letter to Sturgeon County to open up discussions surrounding collaboration.
I think perhaps the second one, open up discussion to start the collaboration at that point, then we can ask them direct questions in regards to. So
somebody needs to make a motion then directing administration for that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes getting people to do motions is just like pulling teeth.
I've got no answers for you there, I'm sorry.
Councillor Simonowitz, do you want to do that one? Direct administration to
I move that we direct administration to engage Sturgeon County Council for a meeting. Good enough?
For discussions surrounding collaboration.
Yes. All those in favor? So carried, unanimous.
We have a break in 2.5 hours. I've got to stand in.
Okay, recess at 2022 hours for 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
No, not that way.
All right, getting us started up again. Councilor Barak?
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30 tonight, please.
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Councillor Curry, you have to vote, yes or no?
I did.
Oh.
Yea or nay? Unanimous.
I know you did, I'm being an asshole.
All right, bylaw alt 226, refinance bylaw, second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is the bylaw, which is the refinancing of our debenture debt. To be very clear, no new debt being taken out. It's simply compiling a number of debentures that we had previously to get a more preferable, basically financing situation from a principal payment situation. So this is the second reading of the bylaw.
Yes, exactly, and that was gonna be my question, to ensure that it was just a amalgamation of some smaller ones into one larger one, basically, so that's how it worked out.
Yep.
Anybody got any further questions for Tim? Any more debate on the bylaw? Okay, we gotta do this in two motions, and can I get a motion that Councilor Longstaff?
I move council give second reading to bylaw 2-26, the refinance bylaw.
All those in favor? So carried, unanimous. All right. Last opportunity, if you think there needs any errors or omissions or any further questions before you get it to third and final reading. Okay, can I get a motion? Seeing no questions, can I get a motion, please? Councilor St. Germain.
I make the motion that council give third reading to bylaw 2-26, refinance bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions before we vote? All those in favor? So carried, unanimous. 11.2. Bylaw TBD 1-26, community services bylaw. Chris, I believe this is yours.
I don't even know how I wrote this, I was not even here. How am I name get attached to this?
Magic.
Because you weren't
We're
here.
tricky.
Oh my goodness, talk about other duties as assigned. Okay, so you'll recall, council, that a few meetings ago, Councillor Longstaff brought forward that he would like to re-establish the Community Services Advisory Board. In order to begin that process, we have a bylaw, the Community Services Advisory Board bylaw. We're bringing it forward just for first reading today.
Okay, thank you.
The previous bylaw, all we did to the previous bylaw that we did have was just upgrade it so that it meets the same form standards that we have with our new bylaws going forward. If council has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
So just a question for me is 11 members of the board extreme?
You'll do recall that on those 11, that's what was previously there. That includes 5, I think. Boy, I didn't even have time to review this.
One councillor member, one community services department member.
That's correct, right? So one member of council would sit on that board in an advisory position, as well as a community services department, that's usually a staff member, that would sit there at that. And then, of course, somebody under the age of 18, so that the board can get the input of the youth. And for the same reason, a member over the age of 65, and then 7 at-large members from the town.
Okay. Anybody else have any further questions? Councillor Longstaff.
Under 3.3 there where it says the one member of the Town of Gibbons Council who shall be a non-voting member of the board, can we also have an alternate on that?
Council can appoint an alternate to sit there, yes. Again, that's at council's discretion, it's a town board. That can definitely be added on there. Or we would just appoint that as a committee, right? So it wouldn't necessarily change the bylaw, but council's committee chart, that would change.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion? Sure. Councilor Sawanowitz.
Before you said my name, I volunteered. I move that council give first reading to bylaw TPE 1-26 Community Services Advisory Board bylaw.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. All right, staffing reports. Are you ready, Ashley?
Your Honor, I think you mean committee reports?
Committee reports, yes. This is staff reports, but yes, I didn't go down to 13 committee reports. Councilor Morrison, are you ready to go first?
For sure.
Okay.
30th of April, I attended the Sturgeon Sorry, Chris. 30th of April, I attended the Sturgeon County 2026 Infrastructure and Operational Program Open House for Divisions 5 and 6 roads. Interesting session, not well attended. If my memory is okay, there were appearance of about 17 citizens, 2 of which I recognized from Gibbons, and the rest would have been rural citizens and about 17 to 20 county staff. So during that plan, they announced and detailed 63.8 million in a capital plan, of which 40.6 million was earmarked for roads and intersections. Keeping in mind those are only county roads and not provincial, and 16 million in a utility program, which is fiber opts to rural housing areas, and 7.2 million balance was open space improvement projects and the engineering for the future project and building of the Von Accord Fire Hall rebuild or relocation. On the 2nd of May, participated in the Chain Gang Community Service Duty. Honestly, very, very impressed with how clean things were within the town after such a long, harsh winter and windy winter. And I really want to thank our additional chain gangers, Vernon Thorpe, and also for the ice cream and cookie angels, which were so appreciated. On the 5th of May, interview with Global News, rebudget and viability update. On the 6th of May, the Alberta Munis webinar, changes to Bill 50 and 51 school sites. Discussed were recent amendments to Bill 5051 and their impact for school site planning across the province. Looking at municipalities' guide to school capital planning, outlining key roles and responsibilities for municipalities in supporting school projects, including the site readiness requirements, zoning, and service expectations. These webinars are interesting. You don't take a lot out of them, but they're definitely interesting, and every now and again you can grab a point of contact from them. 7th May, a meeting with Minister of Municipal Affairs, Dan Williams, with the rest of council. The minister did essentially commit to not using his ministerial power to dissolve the town, and that the public vote would stand through the viability review, and also obviously listened to concerns by council and administration and replaced the official administrator for us. The 6th to 8th of May, Intro to Administrative Law and Assessment, the ARB certification training by the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. It's a 3-day session with a certification exam, which I had passed yesterday. It's the first time that I've taken a legal exam in a while. It was a lot. As an ARB member, I was required to take the LPRT training focusing on hearing assessments and complaints, administrative law, and practice standards. What the heck else? On the 9th of May, I attended the lawnmower tune-up day at the Alliance Church, which was pretty cool. They serviced over 70 lawnmowers, tuned and cleaned. A couple of hundred breakfasts were served. $560 was raised in cash for the food bank, and they weren't able to give me the pound weight for food donated, but I did see comments from the food bank that they were very, very pleased with the donations. It's a long-standing event, very, very well attended, and nobody has an excuse now not to maintain their lawns all summer. On the 11th of May, I attended the Alberta Munis webinar, Understanding Housing Needs Assessment. This one was really very interesting. It was shorter, but it was interesting. It talked and amplified the importance of analyzing housing demand, supply, and gaps, and how the housing needs assessments provide a clearer picture to current conditions and future needs and planning. So it was pretty cool. So do.
Councillor Longstaff.
I'll keep mine a little shorter.
Somebody asked me to explain what we actually did.
That's why Daryl had it extended to 10:30.
Hey, the 6th of April, I went to the library with Councillor Burak. Did some reading for the kids, and thank Councillor Burak for teaching me actually how to read to kids. The 2nd of May, I took part with the Council Chain Gang Garbage Cleanup. Thank the Thorpes for joining us, and thank you for the Tim Hortons and the ice cream donations that we received. It's greatly appreciated. I have nothing more to add to that. The 7th of May, I also attended the virtual meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and actually pretty much explained all that happened there. Thank you.
Councillor St. Germain.
I attended May 2nd, Councillor Team Building, Chain Gang, Community Cleanup. Again, thank you to the Thorpes for your participation. May 4th, we had a special meeting council. May 5th, I attended the global media interview. May 6th, Municipalities Guide to School Capital Planning. May 7th, we met with the minister and staff. And May 11th, I went to Heartland Air Monitoring Partnership event. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
So Saturday, May 2nd, I as well did the Chain Gang community cleanup with the crew, and as well thank you to the Thorpes again for coming out. It was awesome to have you out, and thank you to the residents who came by and surprised us with ice cream and Tim Hortons. That was great. Sunday, May 3rd, Councillor Darrell Burak and we went to Tim Hortons to make smile cookies. And how many actual smile cookies did we make besides making our own faces on them? I don't know, but we went there for what, hour and a half or something, and it was super fun. Thursday, May 7th, virtual board meeting with my air utilities board, and then virtual meeting with municipal affairs. And then I had one that I don't recall the day. I don't know if I forgot it last time. I'm gonna mention it anyway. One of recent days I met with Jan Evans from the Youth Center and a resident, a parent, Beth Rusnak, and we're discussing the Friday, June 5th 80s dance that we're planning. So we got together and did some planning there, and that's, yeah, I think all I have.
Councillor Bragg.
April 29th, I attended the Aero Utility Info Station, more of a tour, and that was interesting. April 30th, along with Councillor Longstaff, we did the reading with Councillor at the library to the children, and little arts and crafts afterwards. May 2nd, we did the Chain Gang Councillor garbage cleanup around town with William Thorpe and his wife, so I think you guys should stand up now and take the official bow, right? May 3rd, Councillor Curry and I attended the Tim Hortons, and we did some of our own types of smile cookies. All the while donating 40 cookies. I must add. May 4th, the special council meeting. May 5th was the library board meeting. May 6th was the AV Muni webinar on changes to Bill 5051 for school sites. May 7th was a webinar meeting with Minister Williams in Municipal Affairs. May 11th was the Heartland Air Monitoring meeting, and then May 11th was the library MOU meeting, and that was it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Councillor Smollett.
May 4th was council budget meeting. On May the 6th, I attended the Water Commission subcommittee meeting dealing with the CEO's job description and remuneration policies. And on the May the 7th, attended the minister's meeting with the rest of the gang here. Thank you.
Okay, May the 2nd, I oversaw the townwide cleanup.
Say what, sorry?
May the 5th, there's a global interview, and Councillor Morrison and I have done a couple, and we had Councillor St. Germain join us this time, and she was running a little bit late, and she got to go first as soon as she walked through the door, so rather exciting.
Just like say, I wasn't late, I was just right on time, and you not owe another $100 to the food bank.
She also stole the show in the interview, so.
Yeah. May the 6th, I had a Zoom meeting with a company called Capstone out of DC. They asked some questions in regards to industrial heartland and how Gibbons benefited from it. So it was an interesting discussion, and it was a surprise that it came at kind of the right time. So I was able to provide him some information that we haven't really known. Yeah, it was interesting. I look forward to him sending me the report. He said he would once he gets it done. And then May the 11th, I went to the Heartland Air Monitoring AGM meeting. Interesting for sure. I think one thing that stuck out in the mind was over the last winter, was it 2025 or 25-26? Do you remember? 25-26. They did some extra air monitoring here, or a greater study in here, because, and I wish I could remember what was high. There was something in the air, parts per million was higher than what it should be for an urban area. I haven't got through the entire report yet, but it was interesting to find that they were able to find some concern anyway, so that was interesting to see. And that's it for me. Can I get a motion, please? Councillor St. Germain.
I make a motion to accept his information.
All those in favor? Correspondence 14.1.
Sorry, Your Honor, that last motion was carried?
Yes, sorry, unanimous.
Thank you.
I must have thought it didn't say it. Sorry about that.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm actually very pleased to share some correspondence that we have from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and very happy to welcome Desiree. She said Desiree. She said to call her Des, or because she was only in trouble when she's called Desiree. But Corey, sorry, I keep getting it wrong. She is our new official administrator, and we're really looking forward to working with her. We did have a really good conversation with her today, and very, very, very welcome conversation and very collaborative conversation. So again, we have some correspondence here from the Minister. You had a discussion with the Minister, and I'd like to welcome our new official administrator and have her maybe introduce herself to council and the public.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I packed up your name.
That's all right. Welcome to my world.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. talk really loud anyways, or do you think I still need this?
Because of.
Yeah, you don't, yeah, you need it for the live stream, sorry.
How's that?
Yeah,
Perfect.
Good. All right, good evening, and thank you very much for welcoming me here tonight. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of council and administration during what I would say is undoubtedly a very challenging time for your community. Pardon me. Your continued commitment and work is, well, it deserves to be recognized, so I just wanted to say thank you. So my
I'm
name
sorry,
is
I'm
Des.
sorry, can you just move that mic so it's closer to your mouth, thank you.
Sure. So my name is Des Corey, and as you know, I've been appointed as the official administrator under sections 575 and 575.1 of the Municipal Government Act, and the previous OA's appointment has now concluded. I bring over 25 years of municipal experience to the table in governance, administration, and finance, and through my career, I've had the privilege of working with many municipal councils and municipal teams, and I think through that I've really appreciated and enjoyed just the collaborative effort that comes when people work together in service of their community. So I'm very grateful for those experiences that I've had. I do want to take a moment just to be clear about my role in my attendance at your council meetings. So it is not my intent to participate in your council meetings. I'm here to observe. And I'm not actually here in an advisory capacity either. So if something should come out of a council meeting that I think warrants further discussion or follow-up, I'll let you know. And I'll let you know through your administration. I truly look forward to working with you all. I think it's a good reset, and thank you again for having me here tonight.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure, quite sure going forward that the collaborative work, you'll see, we're very opening and transparent here, and we're all after the same goal, and that's to save our small town. So hopefully we can do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to entering the closed session.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can we please get a motion to accept the correspondence? You can do it either as one full motion or separately for each item.
We'll do it in one motion, just get a motion to accept the correspondence as presented. Councilor Barak.
Move to accept the letter from Honorable Minister Dan Williams and the OA appointment May 7, 2026 and Ministerial Order MSD 31/26 OA appointment May 7, 2026 as information.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. All right, motion to enter closed session, so I'm sorry, go public, or people, that concludes.
Your Honor, before we go into closed session, I'm so sorry. Before we go into closed session, 16.1 is actually being removed from the agenda. So if I could please get a motion to remove that item from the agenda and accept the agenda as amended.
Okay, Councilor St. Germain.
I'll make a motion to remove 16.1 and accept the agenda as amended. I wasn't sure if that was expected.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. Alrighty, now we can enter closed session. Recess. Okay.
Are we calling a recess?
20:58 for 5 minutes only.
5-minute recess.
Recess?
order first.
I thought that's what they hit the Kelvin, that's what that means.
No, that's just pounding on a wooden block, sorry.
Go, Chris. Go, Chris.
Welcome back from your vacation. I call the meeting back to order. And I'll ask again for a motion to enter closed session.
I will make the motion to enter into closed session.
For
5.
For the agenda items, Councilor Curry.
Agenda items.
Yeah, but you have to name them, I'm sorry. And remembering that we've removed 16.1.
Yes. I have 16.2.
Well, it's the new 16.1. Just don't say it.
The agenda item formerly known as.
Okay, we'll close session for 16.1, 16.2, 16.5, and 16.6, and then 16.7.
Does council need a little bit of help with this?
Yes, please.
16.1 intergovernmental relations under section 26, 28, and 29 of the Access to Information Act. 16.2 legal opinion on development under the Access to Information Act section 28, 29, 30, and 32. 16.3 contract for services sections 19, 28, and 30. 16.4 personnel under sections 20, 28, 29. 16.5 personnel under the same sections 20, 28, 29, and public body economic interests under sections 28, 29, and 30. Councilor Burek, is that your motion to go into closed session?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's why it's important to pay attention when we amend the agenda. All right.
Can we also get a vote on that? And that vote is, that was in favor?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're ready.
Okay, can I get a motion, please?
I move that we ask direct administration to draft a letter with regard to intermunicipal relations as discussed.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. And that was for 16.1. So we need a motion for 16.2 to receive the parcel as information. Somebody, come on.
I'll make a motion to, for 16.2 to receive as information, sorry Ash.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. 16.3, contracted services. I need a motion to accept that as information. I always make all these motions myself.
You can't.
I know I can't.
Motion to accept that as information.
All those in favor? So carried. 16.4, can I get that motion to accept that as information?
I'll make a motion to accept 16.4 as information.
All those in favor? So carried unanimous. 16.5, might as well repeat the same motion.
Ditto. 16.4.
5.
5. Accept as information.
All those in favor? So carried. 16.6. That one there, at this time, we're going to, information.
Are you directing anybody to do anything? Nope. Okay, receiving as information. Good. Somebody has to.
I need a motion though.
Motion to receive that as information.
16.6. And 22:18. Meeting is adjourned.